Turn it on. Ooh. Okay. All right. Should be streaming. Oh, AFK, not AFK. That. Um, mic does work. I'm a little far away right now. That. Then swap this to that. Ooh, we're not seeing anything. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's why. This one. There we go. Okay. Oh man, I'm tired. That should be working. It's 12 a.m., 12:30 in the morning. Yeah. It's been several days since the last stream. I don't remember how much. I know it has been a while. Mostly because I started playing some games. I've been doing some gaming the last couple days. So much for trying to keep November a full month. I've been playing Potion Permit. Played that for a bit, which I think is pretty good. Got like, it's like a Stardew Valley style. It reminded me a lot of Secret of Mana. And I guess playing it, it's not quite so much. The combat's pretty simple. I don't know, it's okay. It seems kind of nice for what it is. It just kind of slow because it feels like I've been playing it for a long time and I still haven't really made any sort of progress. That's what it feels like. You gotta like, there's a lot of grinding in the game. And then Zero Sievert just came out like on the 15th. So yeah, I played Potion Permit for like 2 or 3 days, and then this game came out, and I was like, swap over to it. Oh, it's good. I've been playing that for a couple days, and I've really enjoyed it. Very good game. It's like it's a 2D top-down version of like Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov, with some like Stalker. Um, very good. It was made in Game Maker Studio, which is pretty cool to see an error and actually know what that error means and know what the dev has to do to fix his error. Pretty cool. Very impressive, actually. After looking at his lighting system, it makes me think that maybe I should relook at mine. But I don't know. I just think his lighting system is really good, and his maps are really complex. I'm really curious, like what he did for optimization to make it or run so smoothly. It's pretty interesting, like the takeaway you get from watching somebody else, playing somebody else's game. I mean, especially when you know that they use the same tools that you've used. But yeah, really good game. I was enjoying it, but I'm also feeling kind of bad that I haven't done anything on my game in a while. So I'm gonna do something tonight. So the progress I made, this is the problem because it's been so many days since the last time. Last time we were working on implementing scores, right? And then I gave up part way through because I didn't know what to do. And then I started doing these like random bubbles. So, okay, I remember where I was. I've gotten a lot farther. I at least did all the annoying stuff. Right, so the things that I did, I guess I should go ahead and launch the game. That's usually what I should do. Oh, but I need to get music going. I totally forgot about that. Do that because it's gonna be really quiet. I kind of like the quiet, especially as we get close to winter. It's starting to get into winter. It's nice and cool. Um, I get that fireplace going soon. I don't know. I'm a winter guy. I like winter. I like the peace and quiet. I don't get much of it lately. With like my tinnitus, whatever you want to say. ears constantly ringing now. But you know, in the winter, those are jingle bells. The depressing kind. Right. My headphones. I don't know. I've been doing okay. I think taking a break was probably a good thing for me. Helped me, like, I don't know, take a step back from it is actually not a bad thing every now and then. I always feel like I get such a, like, I say this every time, but I get such a, I feel really bad not working on my game. But then again, it's like completely necessary sometimes to just take a couple days off and chill. So it's like I wouldn't do it any different. I just wish it didn't feel so bad. The weird thing. Right, music. I'm distracted. Ooh. There we go. Alright, so the game is loading right now. It's almost done. So, okay. I did the random bubbles to add a little extra movement on the screen. And then I was doing like the enemy bubbles. So anytime a crab is walking on the floor, a jellyfish is about to come up, an octopus, anything that comes up from the bottom of the screen, I wanted bubbles to play so that you would maybe have like a little extra something to react to. That you know that there's something underneath you, right? So jellyfish usually send off a big stream of bubbles so you know that they're coming if you're... I think it's just a good game design thing that you have an extra little warning that there's an enemy below you. Potentially off camera. Let's look at that. Here we go. Back in the game. Go to the new save. Oh, and then I totally forgot about that, but I added zooming on the screen, so when you first go to the world map, it zooms out, it locks the character so the character doesn't move. And then when you go into a stage, it zooms in, and it also locks the camera. So it's just a little extra motion or something to make it look a little nicer, the transition between scenes. So there you go, you can see some bubbles whenever these jellyfish show up. It's kind of hard to see in the shallows because the bubbles are just like not super bright. You can definitely see them when they're next to the brown, but I think this is one of the hardest stages to actually see bubbles because it's a very bright blue. But it looks a lot better on like darker stages, so you're gonna get a little bit less of it on something like this. But I created like a new particle system for bubbles. This is really a bad example because you can't see it. Oh, and the light rays. Totally forgot about that. You can see the light rays now, so that was a good example of that. I drew my own custom sprite for a light ray. Oh yeah, totally forgot this is on and I should put it on. Secret of Mana. Yeah, I drew my own custom sprite for a light ray. And I'm pretty happy with it. It's not like doing it through shaders, but it works pretty well, and it's way better for light performance. So ended up doing that. Let's go to a deeper area. There you go. So the light rays just kind of like come in. They're created on the surface of the water, and they're created at like a random alpha level opacity, basically, and a random size. So sometimes they're bigger and smaller, and then they just like come to a certain brightness, which that's random as well. And then once they reach that brightness, they dim back out to completely gone, and that's basically how that works. pretty happy with it. You know, it's very simple, but it just gives that light reflection at the surface of the water thing. Alright, so going down deeper, be able to see. Oh, I also made a smooth transition between turning the light off and the light being on. That was something I wanted to do, and I did it. So yeah, I've done a lot of things. I just forget about all of it. But we're getting to see it all. So yeah, the lights just come on nice and smoothly now, and it looks a little nicer. Yeah, you see the bubbles like shoot up when the jellyfish comes up from the bottom now. It's just to give you a little warning. They're actually not that easy to see most of the time. But like I said, it's fine. I'm happy with all these changes. They were just adding game fill basically. Oh yeah, as far as the scores go, I did it to where, yeah, every time we're killing one of these jellyfish, you'll see the score goes up by 10. So all the enemies have their own scores. I think it's like jellyfish have give 10. These turtles actually give a lot, but you have to clear all the meteorites off of them. Basically, you have to like free them. And when you do that, I think you get like a plus 50. It's like one of the best you can get. It's not like a boss. So if I do this, we should get a 50. It was hard to see with all the 10s. Anytime you like pick up a meteorite fragment, that's a 10, I think, yeah. So there's lots of ways for you to actually gain score. I don't think I'm going to do anything different with the score besides that. Should be good enough. The more I thought about it, the more I was just like, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, I didn't go too crazy on it. I also added it to where, I don't know if the alien's going to be active now. Oh, there he is. Yeah, when the alien touches us, it's going to drag us into the scene as well, and it just stops us from moving. So it's nice to like zoom in and see like the alien actually attacking now. Alien still gives points, but you can never kill it on these screens, so it's just a way to rack up a bunch of points, I guess. Alien really is just getting and being annoying. It's not much of a threat in these beginning bits, at least until he starts charging and stuff. I also did something. I noticed that sparks, whenever you kill an enemy like this, sparks would they wouldn't fade out, they just kind of vanish. Because I didn't do anything to actually make them fade out, so I fixed that. So now when the sparks go away, you can see it when they come off of the sub's tail. They just kind of like fade out instead of going pop and disappearing, which looks a little bit nicer. Yeah, so a lot of what I did was just kind of like visual improvement kind of things, making things look a little nicer. Behave the way you want them to behave. So the only thing I'm thinking now is maybe the lights isn't that good. Actually, I mean, looking at it, the lights look great on the sub. They've got like a nice large light. The enemies are kind of darker, but I wanted the alien to not like the whole thing be glowing, just kind of like around the top area. So I guess it's fine. Go ahead and get hit. Let's see this one. I think these ones are a lot more claustrophobic because you can't see behind you. So maybe that's why I thought, oh god, I thought it was weird. There you go. Oh, that works great. It looks nice. What is there anything else? I think that was it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Apparently, my game does not alt tab very well. I'll just close it. Oh yeah, I did. Let's look at the bullet real quick. You should be able to see the screen now, right? Oop, good thing I checked. Player for these bullets. I know when I was talking last time, I was talking about how it's better to have. This is an optimization thing. It's better that whatever object you have that is the mini does not. I had this described to me in a much better way. It was the fewer objects need to make your collision checks. So like, okay, for example, bullets should probably never actually make collision checks unless they really have to, because you usually have like way many bullets on the screen compared to the objects they're colliding with. All right. After saying that, I noticed that my bullets had they had like a collision event for walls, like all of them did, which is exactly against what I just said. So I just swapped it around. So I went to these wall objects and I gave them the collision. So now the walls are checking for collisions to bullets, not the other way around, because there's only going to be a couple walls compared to bullets. There's lots of them. So this is much better optimization. So yeah, I have enemies check for collisions. I have walls check for collisions. I do not have the bullets check for collision. So I had to swap all that stuff around. I did that when I was doing the points on hit and stuff, and I know anytime you shoot a wall, it's basically like a miss. So it was a good time to just go ahead and change all that stuff too. Let's see, lights change gradually, sparks fade out, collisions zoom in and out. I think that was it. Alright. Today, or tonight, this morning, we're going to be working on adding the map UI finally. So that's the plan. It's been so long since I drew the thing that I'm going to be making this up. Oh yeah, and also, just real quick, this right here is all the different hit stuff. So yeah, anytime you pick up loot, you gain 10. Anytime loot disappears without you picking it up. That doesn't include a crab. A crab can pick up your loot and you don't lose anything actually. But yeah, you lose 10 points basically for giving up loot. And then jellyfish and salmon are plus 10. Crabs and eels are plus 20. Stingray and octopus are plus 30. Shark and angler plus 40. Turtle plus 50. When you kill a mini boss, you get 1,000. If you kill Megal, you get 1,000. He's basically like a secret mini boss. And when you finally defeat the alien in the game, I just did 10,000. Anytime the sub gets destroyed, you lose 200. Suit gets destroyed, you lose 100. Anytime you die, you lose 300. So that's all the ones I got. Later on, when I do items, I'm gonna do like plus 50 anytime you pick up an item. And anytime you reveal an area on the map, I'm gonna do it plus 1,000. And then something for after you go over a certain amount of days, I'm thinking it'll start like subtracting score every time a day passes. So that's just to encourage like beating the game quickly for like a high score. I don't really know what this is gonna be because I really need to like do some balancing to see what I want my end scores to look like. But yeah, I want to set something up to where like after 2 or 4 days pass, you start losing score every day that you let go by. Okay, yeah, so we're doing this. Map UI. Gotta figure out how this time and date thing works. And then how this position thing works. And then we're gonna display these different items on the UI. So that's what I'm doing now. Where to begin? Where's the UI going to be created? I feel like I want to do it with the camera. I think the camera would be better because the stage camera and the map camera, or the map UI, look different, and they're two different objects, so it works really well there. So I think the cameras themselves should be what's drawing our UI. I don't know if I'm going to use this, where's this stuff at? It's like yeah, graphical UI. I don't know if I should do this or not. I really don't know the difference. That's not good. I should probably read up on that. Like, why should I do GUI over draw? I think it's probably got something to do with the way the game performs. But I would like to look that up, I guess. At least to get a basic understanding of it. Oh, regard. Sorry, I didn't hear it. I don't think Go was working then, if I didn't hear your notification. Let me fix that. There we go. Hi. I also noticed my chat doesn't have timestamps anymore. I'd like to fix that too. I don't remember how to fix that though. Where's timestamps at? Did they get rid of that? Timestamp. Not just for new messages, how about for all messages? I think they changed it. So like, that's weird. Let's just do this. There we go. That seems to be what I want. Yeah, they must have changed it. Yeah. I've been playing a bunch of games lately, so recently, yeah, I don't know, doing some gaming, but I'm going to work on my game some. But first, I'm gonna learn the difference between a GUI and a normal UI. Yeah, I was just talking about that. I sometimes feel it's a weird thing. You get to like, you don't feel good that when you don't work on your own stuff and you just playing other things. But in a way, it's very good to do that too, because I feel like I get like a lot of wake up calls playing other people's games, and especially because I'll be working on something like UI. Or like my lighting system, and I'll just like be hyper focused on what other people do when they do that kind of stuff, right? So in a way, it's really good to like continue playing games, but to do that you got to take a couple days off. But then if you do that, then eventually you just start feeling kind of bad about not doing anything. So I don't know, it's a weird thing. At least for me. I don't know if it's like that for everybody else. But... Alright, here we go. good explanation. Alright, the difference between draw and draw GUI event is just that draw GUI always draws over draw and relative to the viewport. That is, even if the camera moves, it still draws to the same place on the screen. Is that really all the difference is? I mean, that's kind of okay, but I can do all that myself. I thought it would be kind of like the difference between using the draw event versus making like a particles, where it uses the graphical processor instead of the CPU. But apparently that might not be true. I think it just makes it to where it follows the screen around and draws on top of anything else that's drawn. Okay, well at least now we know. I'm gonna do it my old way then. I'm not gonna use this. I don't really see the point. Because I can just draw right here and my camera object's already on top of everything else. It's not gonna be on top of the cursor, but that's fine. I want the cursor to be over the UI. So I won't have to do anything there. Okay, so let me look at my sprites again because I've already forgotten what everything is. We're doing map UI. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to draw. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how to make the depth finder work. Alright, let me open these up. It'll remind me what I'm doing. This is the depth finder. It's probably gonna be the most complicated thing. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to get on here. What are you doing? We'll worry about that second, but we gotta do that. As far as putting these different items on the UI, I know they're on there based on different global variables, so I'll have to figure that out. But they shouldn't be that difficult to do. The big thing is this. This is my normal UI. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do like the date and time. I'm gonna have to draw this thing. I'm gonna have to draw, I might as well just draw the depth finder. The depth finder, that's right, it doesn't come out until you actually have progressed in the story. So I guess we just start with this thing. We'll just build up from here. So yeah, I just need to get this on screen. That's a good starting place. Okay. So how's this gonna work? Because we have like this new zoom in thing for stage intros, right? Do I want the UI to go away when you like zoom in on a stage? Like what happens to the UI with the stage zoom in? I could just have it fade away, or I could have it, I don't want it to like follow the camera. I think if it just stayed where it is, that might be okay. Let's try and do nothing, because that's always the easiest plan to start with. Alright, so I don't know, let's just draw this thing. It's easier to figure out what you have to do when you have something to look at. So, okay, this is going to be smap GPS window. I mean, it's just going to be 0. Alright, so the X and Y coordinate of this is important. The camera is always in the center of the screen, so it should just be... I shouldn't even draw it based on the screen though, I should just do 0, 0. Yeah, that'll be... No, that's no good. Because then it won't move with the camera. So yeah, I can't do that. It's gotta be 0, it's gotta be X minus whatever the camera thing is. Good question. So, okay, that's how, if I wanted to actually change with the zoom in, I could make it change with this number. Oh yeah, I didn't really show how I did all the stuff that I did. Alright, so cameras for zooming. It's really just this camera height and width and the zoom in. And then I have turn the controls off whenever you zoom the camera. So for the step event, I added this camera width in instead of using 1920 by 1080. We're now using whatever the camera width and height is. And then we change what the camera width and height is based on if you turn zoom in on or off. And then this is just going to set it to where it's going to try and get it to 1920 by 1080, or it's going to try and get it back to 960 by 540. I need a storyboard. It happens sometimes where I'll draw something where, you know, I'll do all the pre-planning stuff, but by the time I actually get to it, I've forgotten everything that I was planning on doing, so I need to remind myself. It happens. Something that you can't just really explain in a notepad. But yeah, all this is doing is, if it's below, I use this number because that's what it's going to need to get directly to it, so it doesn't go over it. But yeah, if it's below this number, it'll climb, and then once it's not below this number anymore, it'll set it to be 1920. Same thing goes with the height, going the other way. And then I set up this thing, if the cam width and the cam height equal 1980 and the controls aren't on, then we turn the controls on. And then this is just the reverse, where we're trying to get it to this smaller number. So we're going to subtract until we get there and then set it there. That's really all it is for zooming. It's just setting up, you got to use, like, your heights and widths have to be a variable. I don't really think I need to explain how I did particles and stuff. So I can just show all my particles. They're in a script. Got so many particles. Some of them I don't even remember what they do anymore. But these are just like normal bubble particles, and this is how you set up all the different particles, what they look like, how long they last, what their image opacity is, what the size is, speed is, the direction of movement, or the direction that it starts at moving, and the gravity that's applied to it. Right, and then we've got this fast bubble, which basically just makes it go up really quickly. And that's really just all I did, is I made a new particle that travels up fast. All these other bubbles are kind of like depending on what I want their movement to look like. So some start like at a 0 and kind of move down a bit before going up, like an explosion. You got some that kind of like spray out the left or the right side of the suit as it moves around. We got these different splashing effects, sparks, bullet sparks, and rubber. Oh yeah, rubber's for... Oh, did I ever even do that? I'm sure I did. I don't even remember it. Because I haven't actually seen the duck show up once in all my playtesting. That's funny. One day we'll see the duck. And the duck can pop. So I made particle effects for it popping. Light rays. Let me show light rays. It's an effect. Alright, so the way I made light rays, it's just like this. And basically I just did like a marquee of a diagonal line, and then I drew my brush kind of like an airbrush just slightly off center from where that marquee was, and I drew a straight line and then just kind of had it trail off in the bottom, and I found that that made the light ray look a lot better than anything else from what I've been looking at, because if you do it like directly on the line where you have like your brightest light on that line, it doesn't look as good. And if you do it too far off, then it doesn't look good. It just needs to be like just slightly off center, and I found that has the best effect. And then I just kind of like dim that line a little bit so it blends a little bit more. And that's basically all my light ray object is. And this is full brightness, so usually when I display it, I don't think it ever gets any brighter than half brightness. We can look at here. Yeah, particle effects. They're really good because they use your GPU, your graphics card, to draw them instead of using your computer processing card. Computer processing unit, CPU, I think. Yeah, it uses your graphics card to draw instead of using your computer. So it means you can draw way more particles if you use graphics card. And you won't get frame rate issues, so it's important. Alright, so light rays. Max alpha, I set it between 0.2 and 0.5. So this is like the target we're trying to reach for brightness. We set the image alpha to equal 0 to start with. And then the scale is between 0.5 and 1. And then I set the image X scale and the Y scale to be whatever that scale was. And then when we create it, we say if our max alpha does not equal 0, which would be like it should equal one of these things to start with, then it's going to raise our alpha to meet our max alpha. If our alpha is ever greater than our max alpha, then our max alpha is going to equal 0. So this will be false for the next go around. And then once this is false, then we're going to lower the alpha, and once the image alpha is less than 0, we destroy this instant. So it'll just automatically kill itself once it goes through its whole light up and fade out process. So that's how that works. That's basically it. I should show, because the more complicated thing is this. Alright. So this was a little more complicated. I had to set up this like alpha for the light render. And then I had to set up this whole thing. So if the player's Y is greater than or equal to 1720, then I raise this alpha number, kind of like what I did with the last thing. I say if it's less than 1, then we're going to raise it up to where it equals 1. If their Y is less than this number, then we're going to shrink this alpha. So this, now using this alpha, I can apply that alpha onto everything I've done before, and sometimes I have to like mix things together using the minimum value between these two numbers. But this is how I adjust it to where lights slowly turn on and then they slowly go off in the stages. So basically, yeah, just set up this light render thing, and I use that alpha level for all the different things in here, which I think I just do this. You can see everything. So this is how I do lights. All this stuff, everything that has a light has a different thing that runs, and the alpha is applied across the board. That's really, honestly, all I had to do. It was hard to figure out, but once I had it, it works pretty well. So that's how I did that. Cool. Now I've explained all my stuff. Go back to this. We were trying to figure out what I want these numbers to be. I think I'm gonna make it based off of what the maximum value is. So this will be like 960, because half of 1920 is 960, and then this one will be Y. Oh god, I got rid of the comma. Y minus 540. Yeah, 1080. This will be just, well, I can just do their actual numbers. So 1, 1. Image rotation will be 0. Image blend will be C white. And image alpha will be 1. Alright, so that'll draw my UI. I haven't actually created any new objects, so it should load. I'm gonna have to figure out like the different sizes and stuff for all this fonts. We're going back into making like menu stuff is what it feels like. I probably want the sizes to be similar to this. I should really just put it on my mouse so I can see. It'll be faster for testing. But I should have a UI now. I do, and it kind of just like comes in from the side naturally. That's kind of cool. It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Kind of a shame it like covers up that part of the screen. Maybe I'll do something if you stop moving for a while, it'll fade out so you can actually like see the map. I like that. I might do that. Kind of like how the cursor goes away after a little bit. I might do that for the UI. So if you want to just like look at stuff, it'd be nice if the UI fades away. But that works pretty well. It's a lot farther off the top of the screen than I thought it was, but I needed to do that so it has room for all the different stuff that goes on it. So I guess that's okay. It really does fill up like the entire left side of the screen then, because the GPS is going to be like right here. So basically the whole left of the screen will be UI. I guess that's okay, as long as I make it like fade out over a certain amount of time. I think that would look nice. We'll continue like this. So yeah, the size of this will probably be the same size that I had in the menu. The siren's call. I missed a couple things. Yeah. For the figuring it out. Yeah, camera movements. Fun. I don't know. It's tricky because there's a lot to it sometimes. I don't think my camera's that difficult. It's not like a Mario game. Mario games cameras are always usually like some of the best camera movement because they have like a very complicated mix of what they do exactly depending on where the character is on the screen. Mine just really stops at the edges, zooms in, zooms out. That's really it. And then follows the character around. Alright, how am I going to do this? Do I want to just draw it on my mouse? I think I do. So let's do that. Because it'll just make things easier to test. Right, so this is where I used to do drawing stuff. Let's go with our biggest number, 30, to start with. And then we're going to draw on our X and Y coordinate. And the thing we're going to draw is what we actually want to say. So for instance, our first one. Okay, we got to do like a date, a time, a position. I need to look at my reference pictures to see what I was thinking here. Because I think I need to actually display what it is. If I can find it. I've thrown it into my other reference photos. This is UI reference. I can't find it. That's not good. Menus, there we go, I found it. Menus, here we go. So I gotta find the picture that I was using for reference before. There it is. Oh, okay, I remember what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so yeah, okay, it's a lot more complicated than I thought. We gotta do in like the top little position, top little part needs to be what it actually is, and then the big bright number needs to be what it's reading. So I've got to do like subheaders or whatever. Yeah, that's more annoying. I guess technically I don't need anything complicated. Okay, so yeah, this is annoying. So the string here is just going to be, I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. It's basically going to just say date. Okay, but this is going to be way smaller than this. I just don't know how much smaller. Let's do 14 to start with. Alright, so at 14 we're just going to display date at the mouse coordinates. Also, I think I want to skip the title screen now because it's just going to be annoying and jump straight into the game. So let me do that real quick for testing. Let's jump right into the room, the world map, and load. This will make testing things easier. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. It's hard to see. I should really hide the mouse cursor when I do this, but you can see the date is on the mouse cursor. So I can really just like place where I want this to go. And I think that looks about right. The idea is it's supposed to be at like the top left. So it's going to say like date here, and then underneath it we'll have the actual big numbers for the date. So this part never actually changes. And then I'll do like date, I'm going to do time, I'll do whatever this one is. And then I don't know if I'll have one here, because the loot is kind of, this icon is supposed to be what the loot is. And then this one's for items, so I don't think the bottom has it. I just need to do these three windows and then what it is below it. So I can kind of set this up now. I want it to be like top left of the screen. Sadly, I can't see my X coordinate because it goes off the screen. That's less than ideal. It should be about here, 538. That looks about right. 538. I don't know what my XNet is, but it's probably like 50, 538 and 50. Let's just start there. Oh, and of course now I've got to set everything up to be based off of this number, which makes it all really awkward. Alright, so what did I say? I said like 50 and, I don't know why that's there, 50 and 538? Was it 358? I don't know. I've already forgotten. Okay. If this is 0, 0, that means I need to add these numbers to this, which means subtracting. There's no way this was 538. I already forgot what that was. You know what? Let me fix a bunch of this. Okay, 1. Let's comment all this stuff, because I don't want to actually see the mouse. 2, I want this to be on the other side of the mouse. So let's do pluses. And in fact, maybe I should just go, let's just put it on like the y-axis. So instead of 20, it'll be like 40 and 60. That should get it out of the way of anything I'm doing. Okay. I think while I'm figuring out all this position of cursor stuff, I'm probably not going to actually display it on screen because I'm just going to be opening and closing the program a lot while I figure out where everything goes. Okay, but at least I'll show it this first time because this works a lot better. So I put my date. That would be if it was at 0, 0, but that's not what we want. So yeah, it was 538. I think I actually like 536 and 53. So that's probably where I want to actually get it. And I might want to put a colon on the end of it. I don't know. 536, 53. So there you go. That's how I'm going to get these numbers. So I was close. Okay, so I just need to add that to this. So that should be, this goes to 4. Something feels wrong about that. But I guess it's right. I'm amazed that that is at 538, where I was. I feel like I'm not drawing the coordinate correctly, but apparently I am. Oh, I know why it is. That's because this isn't based on where the camera is. Ooh, yeah, I didn't think about that. It was at 538, but that's because we start like, okay, let me show this real quick. All right, so the mouse X and Y is all really low. So the reason it says 5 something is because technically our mouse is at 575, but we move, there we go. That's because this is where we actually want to be. This would be 0, 0. So what it's actually supposed to be is at whatever this is. So 96 and 53. Either I'm going to have to always move up, or I'm going to have to make this number display relative to what the camera is, which I should probably do because it'll be easier. Alright, but anyway, 96, 53 is what I actually want. 96. '96 is the Y. It's weird that I put Y on top. Alright. So that's why that number was so big. Okay, so if I want this to draw in the correct place, I need to say based on OW camera X minus 960. Alright, so that should give me the correct thing. If I want to be even extra fancy, I could get the number that I'm actually trying to get displayed here. Maybe. I don't know, it might be more complicated. That's right, it's always going to give me the wrong number. Yeah, this is just drawing it where it's supposed to be. I want these numbers to... This is the wrong. I need these numbers to be what I want. So instead of displaying the mouse X, I want to know... Actually, I want to know what the offset is. It's actually a lot more complicated than I thought. Maybe I will just have to always move to the top of the screen to see where I actually want things. Alright, either way, let me get this going. It was 540 by default, so if we're going to add 96 to this, this will be minus 40, so 56 to this is that, and then 44 to 444. Alright, 53, this one's a lot easier, that's just 07. That should put the date where it's supposed to be. And it actually updates correctly. Alright, so the Y coordinate should, yeah, okay, that totally worked. Y coordinate should, I'll go ahead and do this. Right, Y coordinate should never change. There we go. This is always drawing here because I changed that. That's dumb. Yeah, I need to have it be on the cursor again. Alright. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to like move the boat to the top of the screen every time because I can't think right now how to do this and set it up where it's supposed to be. Okay, so that was date. Next would be time. Do I want colons? I'm not going to put colons in because an actual GPS doesn't have it. Alright, but we got to figure out date, time, and position. Got Thanksgiving coming up soon. Yeah, well, okay, so just for reference, I used this as my UI reference. There we go. The Simrad. This is like a boat GPS. I thought it looked really nice. It's kind of like orange border. You can see mine was very similar to that. And then it's just got different, like, I just had no idea what to actually put on a GPS. GPS. So I just pulled a few things that I could actually do, like tracking the position, the time, the date. I figured that'll make it look sort of authentic, like an actual GPS. I got the infinite screen going. So yeah, that's what I'm kind of using as a reference. Okay, so it's actually easier if I do make the screen bigger in this case. So I guess y'all will get to see this. So I know that 53 is what I'm going to have. I just need the other part to be the same. I think 214 looks about right. Really, I'm just eyeballing this. So we'll do that. Why does time not look like it's spelled correctly? I know it is. It just looks funny in this font. For some reason, it looks like Timmy to me. All right, 214. Go ahead and make another one of these. All right, so 214 from, God, I should just do the calculator. 540 minus 214, 326. All right, so that's that one. This one needs to be time. Last one's going to be POS, position. Yep. Yeah, so this is basically the method I've come up with to find out where I put all my UI stuff. I found that it's just a lot, what happened there? It's a lot easier to see it if I can actually see it. And then, yeah, I get my XY coordinate just directly from it, and I can use my mouse to put it exactly where it goes. So I think 333 looks pretty good. Might be a little close. Maybe go down a little bit, like 335. I like 333 though. It's a funny number. All right, we'll do that. It was the number that God gave me. It's also harder to subtract from 540, isn't it? No, it's not. Come on, this is a 07. And then 3 from 5 is going to be 2. 207, is that correct? I think that's correct. Let me see if I did that right. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now we actually do the part that I wanted to do, is the other numbers. So we just copy that. We're going to comment these out for now though. Also, we've got to change this font size, which I think is going to be 30, but we'll see. Let's do this now. So you are 30. And now the part that I want is, okay, so it's 00 slash 00 slash 00. It's gonna be a lot more complicated than this, but I need to get the position first. And I think that's what the default here is. Okay, so go play. Yeah, that looks about right. So I want to figure out where the center here is, which I think is about there. That looks about right. Maybe up a bit? No, I think it's pretty close. I'm looking at the line below it. Oh god, I just pressed right click. Okay. I'm looking at the line below it to kind of like center it. That looks about right. And that should be the same number for all of them, besides the y coordinate. So 131.83. 131.83. 131.83. I think these numbers are backwards. Okay. I had the same thing set up here. The defaults. All these x coordinates should be the same though, I think. So this one's 960. Alright, so 83 is my x, I believe. So 83 from 60. Oh great. That's 23 from 900. That's 800 and what is that? 77? 2377. That's just makes sense in my head. I think it's 877. God, my math. I do math so much, you think I get better at it, but I feel like I get worse at it as I get older. Alright. And then 131 from this would be 4, 10, but not 10, 9. 409. I think that's right. Let's see if I'm correct. It should be in the right place now. That looks about right. I'd say that's pretty center. We'll have to get the whole it changing the number part fixed later, but it's in the right position, I think. Okay, let's get the time in the position as well. So time is going to be different. So I need to decide, am I going to do an AM, a PM, or am I just going to do military time? Military time would be easier. What's my reference picture? My reference picture actually has AM and PM on it. God, converting this number into an AM and PM is going to be annoying. Here's my demographic. I don't know, normal people. Yeah, but it makes sense, like a GPS would have military time, in my opinion, right? You'd want to use nautical, or yeah, anything nautical. Even like civilians would use military time on the ocean, right? And it would be easier to figure out how that number works than trying to convert it to an AM and a PM. Right? Let me think about it. First, I think I can just get... Let's just draw the whole thing out. We can decide it from there. So the whole thing, it's the same thing that I've done here, only it's using colons instead. And then we've got to do a space AM. It's technically, yeah, this is midnight. On both times. Actually, no, midnight would be a 12, wouldn't it? It's a midnight on military time. So technically not a possible number to get. I don't think so. Is it it's not possible to be 0. Yeah, it's... At minimum, it's got to be 000001. Oh, that's going to be too big. That's the other problem with adding an AM. It doesn't actually fit. on the size that I've chosen, which seems like another reason to go with military. Oh yeah, we're in the wrong spot. I think I'm gonna ignore the AM, because I'll have to type. It's just gonna be aggravating. I could get rid of the space, but yeah, that might fit it on there, or I'm gonna have to like shrink the size of the font, which isn't gonna look that great. I think I just do military time. It's the simplest way. I don't remember what my X is supposed to be. I think it was 83, right? That looks about right. But actually, all I really care about is what the Y coordinate is. And I think that looks about right. So 246. Honestly, it should be the same difference between these smaller numbers as the big numbers. I could just do the math on that. 246. Three. No, that was the Y coordinate of one of them, I think. Let's see. So yeah, 83 is what I was using before. It should always be 83, I think, on the, not the Y, on the X. So this should just always be 877. So I don't have to worry about that. What I'm thinking about is the difference between these numbers would probably be the same as the difference between these numbers. And it'll probably make things a little clearer too. So those were 540. 540 minus 444. That's 96. So that's the difference between default and that number. See what this one is. $326. 214. Oh, this one was 333. Right. Now, what's the difference between all these numbers? So the first one is 96. I guess that doesn't matter. We just need to know 214 and 96. Okay, so these are 118 apart. And then the other two numbers are, yeah, this is 119 apart. So my number wasn't quite right, but I was really close to eyeballing. I got it within a pixel. I'm pretty proud of that. So the question is, what do I want to actually use? Do I want to use 118 or 119? I think I was thinking about going down on the position before, right? So I should go down on my numbers. So 119 would be the better way. That means this one's going to be now going to move down one because, yeah. And then that means this one's going to move down one as well because its number was correct. Okay, that should be the correct numbers. Everything will have 119 in between each other. So now I can use that same thing to find out what this is. So these should be 119 between each other. So I was saying 246, but if I did 409 minus 119, 290? Oh, that's not right. Wonder why that's not right. I got 290. And by all accounts, that should be correct. Because the distance between them should be the same amount. I wonder why this number is so far off. Did I mess something up horribly? I never set what this number is supposed to be. Oh, that's why. Let me do that. It looks like it's in the right place though. There we go. That's right. I gotta get rid of the AM. There we go. Try this again. It's actually in the right place, isn't it? I wonder why my other number was so far off. Maybe I wasn't all the way at the top of the screen or something. That might have been what it was. But it looks about right. And then all this looks correct. So, well, 119 is correct. Alright, so that should make finding this one easy. It's just 290 minus 119, which is 179, no, 171, 19. And then position is going to be the most complicated of these. I probably have to change the size of it. It looks left aligned. I want it to be. Because, okay, doing centering it would be really difficult because this number changes so much, right? Between like, you know, we're not going to show the 0. So, well, actually we might, seeing as we're doing military time. I don't know, I might center it, actually. This UI though, or this font changes sizes based on what character it has. So like a 1 is smaller than a 3. Usually fonts are all the same size, but this font in particular, I need to set up something to where it can grow and shrink. So I can't get perfectly centered every time. Okay, I think this one actually has to change size. You look here, it's got so much information displayed on the position that, like, yeah, even their size is much smaller. So I probably got to go to like maybe a size up from what the title ones are, the subtitles. So I think I'm going to do that. But first, let's just see if it's in the right spot. Oh, that's right. There's 2 of them here too. That's one reason it's got to be a lot smaller. So I can't even use all the math that I just figured out. Crap. Okay. Oh well. It was a nice thought while it lasted. You know what? Let's just go ahead and hide this because technically those numbers won't matter. All these comments. I don't know. We'll see. When the number starts changing, I'll see if maybe I do want to center it or not. But for now, I'm just going to have it based on the left side. Whatever that is. Actually, these are the... It's weird that they're not actually centered well. Does the line make that much of a difference between a colon or, you know, a dash? Yeah, it's amazing. Look at that. If that's not the best example... Oh no. Oh god. I've messed everything up here. I have not set up the camera to zoom back out when you go into the port. I'll just have to restart the game. There we go. Which is going to turn off my full screen. I need to set full screen through by default, I think. Okay, here we go. What I'm talking about. The difference between these numbers, right? It's the exact same lines. It's just these dashes are like max width and these colons are like small. So yeah, I don't think there's any way I could ever center it. Based on like, it's always going to change based on the numbers. And I need enough room. I don't ever want the numbers to like go on the outside. I don't know. I might be able to move it over. If I moved it over, it would have to be like here. Just looking, actually it'd be easier if I just put it on this. I think about there would be centered. That's 645. Oh, that's 108. I can't even see that number. I think 100 actually. Yeah, it's at 100. Yeah, maybe I can center it. It kind of depends on how much this number changes as its numbers change, right? But it would definitely look better if it went over. Okay, forget everything I was just saying. I am going to move it over. Okay, so it's 100. But what did I subtract from originally? I don't know. I've gotten rid of the number. I want to change whatever that number was to 100 though. Oh, I know. I can just do it in reverse. So what is this? 960 minus 877. Okay, that's 83. So I just need to add 17 to that or subtract 17. Well, that's easy enough to do. That's just 60. That's not the right one. This 60, this is still 77. There we go. That should get it centered. Okay, let's do this. So I think this font's going to be too big. Let's do, I think, whatever I had before. 14 might be the size we use. But let's try 16 first. Alright, so what is this going to be? I know my numbers are different. It's going to be this. I just copy paste it. There we go. North 41. This needs to be a degree, but I don't have a degree. I don't even know if this font has degrees. I need to figure out what's the keyboard shortcut for degree. Press Alt plus 0176 to get degree. Alt 0176. Let's see if that works. I don't even know if it'll work in this. That didn't work. I might have to use the numpad for this, which is going to mess up my camera because I use the numpad for OBS, but I'm going to try that as well. Alt 0176, right? There it is. Okay, that worked. Let's see what it screwed up my scene. Oh, we're good. There you go. That's how you make a degree symbol. Now let's copy that. I don't know if it'll actually work. It might just give me a box. But there's north 41 degrees, 23, by 23. I figured all this out. I remember I studied all this stuff and I've already forgotten most of it, but we're doing north 41 by 23. No, north 41 degrees by 23. I don't remember what the line was. I know there's like, oh, it's minutes and seconds. That's right. So by 23 minutes, and I'm not even doing seconds on this counter. So yeah, this is north 41 degrees by 23 minutes. Or 23 minutes north is what you would say, 41 degrees. But it would read out like this. Okay, let's see if that works. I'm curious. I didn't even draw it. Oh wait, no, here it is. It's on my mouse. Yeah, it didn't work. It gave me a square. So ODLX does not have a degree symbol. It's unfortunate. I could... Ooh, how do I fix that? Could I draw my own degree symbol? Or use a different font for this part? Gonna look weird. I mean, it already looks kind of weird using ODLX for this. I could use a different font for the numbers. Something that actually has a degree symbol. Because it would probably look better. And like numbers kind of work for most languages. I don't know. I think I do have to change the font. I need something that has a degree symbol. I wonder what is a standard font for like what font is this one? Probably something like Arial or whatever. We're gonna create a new font. And I don't know what it's gonna be. I guess I'm gonna start with Arial because that's pretty default. And 16. All right, so Arial 16. We change the size to 16. Might use bold. I don't know. Everything else looks fine here. This means I'm gonna have to redraw the project. We're going to change this to be the Arial 16 now. Hit play so it goes ahead and loads. Let's see if this has a degree. Because if that works, it's really just as simple as changing this. Oh, it's supposed to be 30 though. Oh crap. I'm going to have to redo it again after it loads. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be 16. Oh, it is 16. But it's got to be, I need a one for 30 for this one. Okay, so I didn't screw up, but I do need another one as well. I'm going to need an Arial 30 for these numbers. Well, while I wait for this to load, I'm going to get a drink. Maybe a snack. Well, I'm all out of snacks. That's sad. Got a grapefruit, but that's too much effort. These curls though. That'd be nice. Oh, curls too. Okay. thought that was something I didn't know what it was. Oh, I do have chips. Damn it. You know what? I still got time. I'm getting chips. That's perfect ASMR, right? Crunchy chips. Yeah, I got Fritos. Chips are great. You just buy like a giant bag of them, they last forever. The perfect never run out of a snack option that you just forget about, if you're me. My respect. No. Wow, that doesn't work either. How does the Arial not have a default for degree? I thought Arial was pretty default. Well, I thought that would work. I can test. I can see like a game preview. I should just do that. I don't think you can actually write anything in here though. So that's not good. It's weird that whatever font is in GameMaker Studio works, because we got the degree to actually show up on this. I could use the default font. I thought the default font was Arial. Maybe not. What's some more default fonts? Like Times New Roman is one. Man, I'm gonna have to do a new load every time I do this. Abrima, Tahoma, Calibri. Oh, you give me so many types. I'm not a font guy. I don't know the differences between most fonts. I usually use whatever's default, so I don't care. That or Comic Sans because I'm cringe. Okay, what about Tacoma? That looks okay. I just don't know. Maybe I should just Google like GPS font. How about common GPS font? This is trying to sell me stuff. About common display font. Best display fonts for graphic design. Just give me a bunch of different things. I don't know, there's too many choices. Consolas. I just want something that looks official, right? Kind of like what's on the GPS, like this one. Yeah, something like what's on this. Just a standard font. I mean, I have to think this one's actually a little... This isn't even standard, right? This is kind of more stylized. Oh look, Verdana. I like Verdana. Let's look at Verdana. That's one of my favorites. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's see if that works. I hate that I have to rebuild the project every time I test a font. Pretty annoying. I guess if I had like a better writing program like Microsoft Word, I could test it in there. Courier new. Is I like one, or is that just you saying I? I don't know at this point. That might be too much ASMR. Does the mic pick that up? Yes. Oh yeah. Okay, good. I didn't know if that was a font too. It's like I never heard of I before. Or A. At this point, who knows? I used to be completely oblivious to chewing sounds on the mic. Did it for a long time. And then I had somebody like call me out on it. Say like, hey, don't do that. Mute the mic if you're gonna eat. Because I guess it bothered them. Which honestly, listening to other people chew stuff kind of bothers me. I'm not into the ASMR thing. So I kind of get it. But it's weird that I had a friend that I talked on the mic with for like a year who never said a thing about it. He was just totally down for it. He was Canadian though, so maybe he just didn't want to say anything because of that. Oh, there we go. Does it work? It does not work. Oh my goodness. Is the degree just not going to work for any of these fonts? Because that's not good. Let's just say fonts that... Honestly, I feel like Verdana should definitely have a degree, right? Arial should have had a degree. And I feel like this is some other problem. Maybe a problem with Game Maker. Degree is a common symbol. Should be available in most fonts. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. So that's annoying. I wonder why that is. Maybe I can see if maybe that's something I can set up with Game Maker Studio. That's a weird one that I've never come across before. Oh, here we go. They actually talk about degrees right here. GameMaker has a number of functions that can be used to get information, including font assets. Okay, blah blah blah. It is worth noting that if you add a font to your game that doesn't have glyphs required by the text you wish to write, then the Unicode character square is used to substitute. So if your font doesn't have, for example, the degree symbol, then writing 90 degree will actually produce 90 square. Yeah, but my fonts should have degree symbol and it's still doing 90 square. So where's my excuse for that? I don't know. Let's specifically look up GameMaker Studio degree symbol. I have found the solution. I went to my font and added a new range and added ASCII 2 values and have now solved the problem. What? Is that a thing? Add new range. ASCII 2. Okay. Right. This is probably how I do it. Okay, first let's try this. Yeah, okay, there we go. This should add the degree to it. This has got all these special characters. One of these is degree. That should be that one. Okay, but if that works, can I do that with ODLX? Maybe I just didn't do this. Yeah, look, this one has all the special characters as well. So I might be able to use this. Well, darn, now I gotta try both of them. I think Verdana looks good. Let's start with that. We're gonna make a couple I'm just gonna make a bunch of fonts and delete them later. This should still have the range, right? Ooh, I wonder if it does. Oh, do I have to click add range? Maybe. I think I do. Let's go back to this one. Okay. That should give me all the special characters for all these things. Alright, let's reload the page again, as we do. And I'm gonna eat more chips because they're delicious. Okay. I'm really optimistic that this will work this time. Yeah, it's got all the special characters on the end now. So that should be working. I mean, technically I didn't need the special characters on the ODLX30. But I probably shouldn't have added them. Because it's unnecessary. I wonder if you can remove for range. Probably to just recreate it. Oh, right. Working. Oh, and I screwed up. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. There we go. We got a degree symbol. Awesome. I like that font. It looks very... I don't know. I like Verdana a lot. I like Verdana. I like Gabriola. So I guess I do have some preferences when it comes to fonts. I wonder if I should change all the fonts to Verdana then. Because I kind of feel like it would look better on all the other stuff as well. Maybe even the score. I thought the score looked kind of weird being in ODLX. I should really save this for like menus and dialogue and use anything official. We can use Verdana instead. I think it'll just look nicer. Also, this is too small. Like, it's supposed to be a lot wider. So maybe I can go up on the size. I think I can. I need to be able to fit 2 numbers in here. But I should be able to make the size a lot bigger than this. Which is annoying because I gotta make a new font. Oh, press the wrong button. I'll recreate as in like draw it again. Every time I make a new font, it needs to like apply it to the assets, all the textures, and redraw all the textures in the game basically. So that's why I'm waiting 2 minutes every time I hit play test. Because we gotta redo everything. It's just annoying. Okay, so I am gonna make some changes. Okay, first change I'm going to make, ODLX. I think I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to duplicate this one. Make a new 30. I'm just removing that extra range from it because it's unnecessary. Move this back to 30, seeing as I'm going to do this anyway. Now that Verdana's, instead of getting rid of the 16, let's just make 20. I think 20 will be the size I'm looking for here. And it should have the new range on it still. Oh crap, this one's still 16. Need to open this one up. Yeah, this one should still have the range on it. I'm just going to increase the size to 20. Okay, that should work. Let's change all this stuff to update. So I want this to be 20, and I want this stuff to be Verdana 30. Verdana 14, there's no 14. That might be a problem. Let's do 16, but I probably need to make a 14. In fact, I know I need to make a 14, so let's do that real quick. I feel like I should just change 16 to 14, seeing as we're not using 16 anymore. Let's do that. You're 14 now. There we go. Okay, that should change all the font to use Verdana 14. Let's go ahead and hit play again so it loads all that. So if I want to change the score, that's part of the controller object, I think. That's all this part. So okay, I just need to change this to be the new thing. Where do I draw? You know what, actually, let's go ahead and uncomment all this. $14, I like it. Okay, yeah, this is for doing the score. We don't have an 18 either. We don't have a 16. Oh god, it's all falling apart. Okay, this cursor is what I want to get rid of. There we go. But I do want to update the score, and I think I just need an 18 and a 16 now if I want the score to have this stuff. Does each of the score objects do they do their own draws? They do, don't they? Yeah, so I'm going to change every one of these score objects to be Verdana 16 as well. Well, crap. Okay, we're making a Verdana 16 again and a Verdana 18. Might as well just do that now. I gotta say, I really love the Spider soundtrack. What a surprise that was to play some random old PlayStation game that I'd forgot all about and just find like an absolutely amazing soundtrack in there. It's really good. Makes me curious who the composer actually is and what else they've worked on. Alright, I just loaded the game, but I gotta close it and reload it because all the sizes are wrong. And actually, I should have changed all this stuff around. God, I'm not even... We'll get caught up soon. I'm just changing all of my stuff. Alright. There's that stuff. Now we gotta change every single score value that I've done. Actually, if I double click on this, it'll select the whole thing. Let's go to this, 16, copy it, make this a lot quicker. Then again, I am putting a lot of faith in me liking this font, now that I'm changing everything to that font. Oh well, YOLO. Alright, that's all that changed. Hey. I got a billion windows open. Another good one. Waterworld soundtrack. Waterworld the game. Not the movie. Very chill. I feel like the size of this font is not the same as the last one, so I'm gonna have to move things around again. But I guess it's better to do it now than push it off till later. Yeah, all these are a little too high now. So I need to go down a good deal, I think, like an extra 5 pixels or something. The numbers also seem like they need to go down. Whatever they need to go down, I think they all just have to go down the same amount. Also, I like this size now for the coordinates. So I need to figure out where they go. I guess I can kind of figure that out here. Ooh, can we get 800? Which way is 800? No, not that way. 110, 800. I like nice numbers. There we go, 800 and 110. Does that look good? That looks pretty close. Alright, let's go 800 and 110. And then move everything down. Here. Oh no, those numbers aren't correct though. Crap. Because I didn't move up to the top of the screen. $800's too much. Oh no. There we go. Alright, so 110, but it's not 800, it's gonna be it's not gonna be a fun number. Yeah, I think 110 looks a little too far to the left. Now that I'm actually looking at it, 110, it should be more like here, so 122. Alright, we'll do 122. And 360. 122, 360. 122, 360. Okay, that should get that where it needs to be. We need to change the next numbers to be west 70 and 36. Don't want to get rid of that degree because it's annoying to get it back. I've already forgotten the combo. Okay. So all these numbers needed to come down, but how much do they come down? I think 5 pixels maybe, which is aggravating here because this is 39. Now, okay, if it goes down, this number gets smaller, right? Yeah, okay. Oh no. 4, oh no, I'm going back too far. 439. All right, minus 9 from here is 18, and minus 9 from here is 199. Wow, every one of those numbers is annoying. Am I doing the right thing? What did I subtract from all these numbers? I thought I was just subtracting 5. Did I subtract 5 here? I don't think I subtracted 5 here. No. Okay. Yes, I was subtracting 5 from here, which made it 39, and then I took that 39 and got confused. Okay, 5 from here is just 2, and 5 from here is 3. Okay, that's much easier. 5 from here is 4, 5 from here is 85. I got confused. Too many numbers. And this one is 66, all right. Okay. Oh wait, this one doesn't change. Crap. This one's actually 71 still. Math recall. Okay, the number's not right here because I didn't change the font. But everything else looks better. Yeah, at least they're kind of in the right place now. That looks about right. Maybe we could go down a little more. Now this one actually, because the size of the font, this one actually has to move over the same amount that one was. Because I think these are actually the same width in this character. So let's move that over. That's good though, it'll solve that problem. So I want this one to be 860. And then here, what was this, 16 or 18? It's 20. I'm way off. Okay. Now we can find this number that everything's set up. So that was, I don't even remember what it was. It was 122. It doesn't look nearly centered anymore. What did I do wrong there? I definitely had it centered before, right? I must have done the wrong number, 122. I don't think I subtracted correctly. Okay. I think 122 is correct, it's just I didn't do it right. Alright, so I think this one should be about maybe 402, maybe a little lower. We could do like 405. Oh, 404 is a funny number. Ah, 405. I can't get to 404. Alright, 122, 405. 122, 405. And let me figure out what the heck I did wrong here. I think I subtracted 122 from whatever number I actually had there, which was my mistake. It should have been subtracted from 540. Or in fact, I didn't do it from this number. Alright, let's do them both. I think I just didn't start from default when I did my number last time. Oh, they're all 14. What, the fonts? Alright, so 360 from this is really easy. It's just 600. But is it the x coordinate? The x coordinate's the 122. Yeah, that's not right. 122 is the x. Because that doesn't actually change. So, okay, 122 from that. A little harder. $838. And then 360 from 540. $180. $405. $135. Alright, that should have everything be where it's supposed to be, only it's not displaying the right thing, because I didn't set that up. Got rid of my quotes. Okay. That looks pretty close. I think it needs to go left a little more. Or, no, this number needs to go right some more. Yeah, I think this number needs to go right and down a little. Because this one's actually centered pretty well. But because I changed this, I think the number just doesn't look centered anymore. Especially compared to the other one. I don't know. It's pretty close. Let's look at it again. Crap. Real close. All right, so if I was just doing the left and right, using that line as a reference, I would say about here, which is 108. Yeah, let's use 108, which is definitely to the left of that. So, okay, 108, and then here would be I think about 140, maybe 139. I think 140 looks good. 108 and 140. 108 and 140. And then the 119 should still be correct. So I can use that to find the other one. Okay, so just set these back to default. I don't really have to do this, but all right. So the 108 is the X. 960 minus 108. 852. And then it's 140 from 540 is just 400. It's the easiest one yet. Ah, but this one isn't 400. This one's 400 minus 119. Which is harder. $281. All right, let's see if that's all correct. The 119 might not be correct anymore. I think it should. That number shouldn't change because that's based on what my UI is. That looks a lot better. But honestly, actually, no, it looks good. I noticed that this number, because the W is bigger than the N, so it does look longer, but that's just because, so the string length actually does affect this font to some degree. It's just not as much as the other one. The other one, it was way off. I think that's as close as I'm gonna get to being happy. Okay, we still need to do the loot number, and don't need to worry about the item yet. But I need to figure out the loot number. So let's do that. And I don't even know what that's supposed to look like. I think it's just the number of it. I don't remember what I had planned. I think, yeah, it's just the number. I need to put the number where it goes. So really I can just do like a 0, 0. Figure out where that 0, 0 goes, but it needs to be a size. I think size 30 should be good. That might be too big. No, that'll be good. Make the screen bigger. Go to the top left of the map. Alright, so this one needs to go right about here. So 103, 501. Let's do 103, 500. Yeah. I mean, can I go over to 100? Yeah. There we go. Nah, it looks bad at 100. It needs to be 103. Honestly, this number right here is going to be the main one, but you'll usually get to a higher... Oh, that's right, but it can grow. As it grows, the string, it needs to actually go over more. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Maybe I should just start it over here. Because this number gets like... No. That's right. You won't have that many meteorite fragments. You might get to 100. But you shouldn't go over like 1,000. It's not like the score. I was thinking the score for a second there. So honestly, I should use like 3 numbers as my reference and just set it based on that. And actually, if I draw it as 0, 0, whatever the number is, it'll always be centered and look nice. And I can even set a cap on it to where you can't go above 999, right? Maybe I'll do that. Okay, well, let's just kind of eyeball it then. So I think 90. No. Yeah, okay. 90. Oh no, 500's still the same. Yeah, 90 looks good. 590. That's easier anyway. So that's part of this one. Okay, so it's 590. The 500 is the Y, the 90 is the X. 90 from 960 is 870. And then 90 from 540 is, it was 90, right? I hope it was. Too many numbers. No, it wasn't. It was 500. Okay, that's much easier though. That's 40. I think so. Okay. This will be 0, 0, 0. Alright, I hope I did that right. Good. Okay, that looks great. We're starting to get a UI. Honestly, I need to set something up real quick though. I need to set an alpha level. So let's do that real quick. Alpha equals 1, or maybe it equals 0. Yeah, okay, let's set it to 0. Alpha equals 0. Now let's go to this draw. I need to change all these. This alpha needs to be whatever I alpha is. And then I gotta do all these draw texts need to be based off of our alpha. I don't even know if you can draw it based on an alpha. I'm sure you can. This has separation and width. This one has alpha. Okay. I gotta change all these to have this new stuff in it. So it's all the same until we get to the end here. I don't know what the separation is. I don't know what the default separation is. I don't know what the default width is. Color is easy. That's just going to be C white. And then this is alpha. Yeah, I don't know what the defaults for separation and width are. Can I just do 0? I think the default is probably 0. We're just gonna have to look at it. Which means I need to just set the alpha to be 1 for now. I'll change it back to 0 later, because I actually need to see it. Make sure this works before I copy and paste it. No, because I can't see it anymore. Huh. Maybe 1? I'm gonna have to look this up and figure out what the default values are. That still doesn't work. Oh, okay. Let's keyword help. Maybe it'll just tell me. The distance of pixels between the lines of text and the maximum width. Oh, okay. My maximum width is not correct. That's why it's not drawing anything. I think I can do like string width or something. I just don't know what the variable I'm looking for here is for the defaults. I could probably like Google it. I can't think of how to spell separation. Oh, there's an A here. Okay, I think it's string width. It shouldn't be string width. String width is, no, I want like font width or something. Let's just type in width. Maybe it'll give me the answer. That's not how you spell width. Alright, so we have browser, room, sprite. Draw line, room set, sprite get width, string width. So string width is like the width of the entire string. I want the width of each font that we're doing. Actually, if I just type in this default values, maybe it'll give me the answer. Good night. I'm not seeing an easy answer here. All these examples use numbers. They don't actually use like what it is by default. It's got to have a default because it knows how to do it when I just use normal draw text. But I'm not finding it. Okay, what if reword this? Default sep. I might have to actually ask in the Discord because I'm not finding any answers. Alright, let me try asking the Discord. Alright, how do I word this? Let's copy this. Paste. I asked a question. Hopefully somebody can answer that one. Alright, so while I get that answered though, what can I do? Yeah, I don't know what these numbers are supposed to be. And I mean, honestly, I'd only have to figure it out for this one, which is Verdana 14. Actually, no, it wouldn't even... no, it had to be for every single one. So yeah, that's why I want a number that just automatically sets a value, because I feel like every single one of these numbers is going to be different, right? And honestly, like separation probably doesn't matter. It could probably be 0. But for width, actually, is that just string width? I might be stupid. Maybe it is just string width. Would I have to just put my whatever the string is into it again? That seems kind of weird, but maybe this is actually what I'm supposed to do. 0 and string width, whatever the string was in this one. That might be the answer, though it's weird. Because, yeah, I didn't think about it. Width is actually the width of the whole string, right? That seems to work. I think that's what it actually is. Yeah, I think that's correct. That's kind of weird that I have to put the string in twice, but I think that's what I need to do to get all these. Okay, so all I need to do is go after the string itself. We copy this part, and then backspace and paste. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Just on the parts that are drawing. Alright, and then this part needs to be copied in as well. Okay, so this should now allow me to apply this alpha to all my text. And I think all this will still be the default. Almost, but something's wrong here. Why is this one messed up? Everything else works great. This one's like stacked on top of itself. Did I do something wrong when I typed it in? Oh, because I haven't changed the second part. Okay, never mind. Copy. Yeah, no shit. I'm surprised the other ones worked, actually. Alright, that should work. Yeah, it looks right. Alright, now I should be able to adjust the alpha level. Figure out how that works. I gotta do it kind of like I did the controller with this whole hide timer thing. Though it's not really based off that. I just need to have like a timer that after it gets to a certain level starts. Okay. Yeah, I think I can think out how to do this. So we've got this alpha needs to equal 0. And we say hide timer as well. Okay. And then in the step event, the bottom here, if hide timer is less than, let's do 300 for now. It's probably got to be a lot more than that, but we'll use this for an example. If it's less than 300, hide timer plus plus. And then we say if alpha is less than 1, alpha, I can't do plus plus, I gotta do plus equals 0.01, else alpha equals 1. Okay. So as long as the timer's below 300, if the alpha's not set to 1, it's going to start to go up. Otherwise, it's going to set to 1. And then this hide timer is going to start counting up. Okay. That all works great. Now we need an else here. So if it's greater than 300, I want the alpha to go away, right? There we go. I'm gonna space these out. Actually, no, I'm not. That's fine. All right, so this will get rid of the alpha if it ever goes above 300. Now I just need to set up how this resets. So if you press any button, it'll just reset. So I need to do that above this. I think I want the alpha to turn back on if you do any sort of movement. I need to check every single key. but I just need to figure out the normal keys, so this should work. Just that, or global key right, or global key down. Now, are there any other keys? Do I want like the escape button? No. Do I want the pause button or the confirm button? That would go into a stage, but I don't think that should actually make the UI come back. I think it's fine as long as you're not moving. So if you press any of the movement buttons, I'm just going to say hide timer equals 0 with an R. Yeah, pressing any of the movement buttons resets the hide timer. And if the hide timer is ever lower than this, it starts counting up, and then we're setting the alpha back to what it's supposed to be based on where this timer is. Yeah, this timer is going to be way too quick, but so at least let me test it pretty fast. That's only like 5 seconds, I think. Oh, that looked kind of cool. You won't get to see it come in. Actually, you will, because I'll watch. If I stop moving for like 5 seconds, it'll go away. Actually, that looks pretty good. And then if you start moving again, it comes back. Maybe it just needs to go away and come back a little faster, but I think that looks fine. I might do that with the mouse as well, because it just looks nicer to have a little transition. Though the mouse should pop in immediately if you start moving the mouse, right? So I have it turned off right now. Yeah, I think it needs to just... I think transitioning out is good. It needs to transition in really quick though. Like, it can go away slowly. It needs to come back fast. But other than that, I'm really happy with all that. That looks really cool. And that way, if you want to just like stare at the map for a bit, you can just stop and look. If anything, it feels a little long, but I think that's fine. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that. It's pretty cool. Neat little effect. So yeah, I just want the alpha to come back a little faster than it goes away. So let's do like 0.5. Also, something I didn't mention, but if you start moving before it fully fades out, it'll just fade back in naturally by doing it this way. So yeah, just comes right back if you ever move while it's turning off. Yeah, that's bad. Oh, I like that. It comes back a lot quicker. Yeah, that's cool. And this way, if you want to just like look at the scene, I like that. That's nice. Wonder if I want to do that for the... I might be able to do that here. Let me look. I would just have the cursor pop back in naturally. I just want it to like fade out as it goes away, right? But what I've done here, I set it up to where it only draws if it's above a certain bit. I guess it's fine. I'm not going to do that. I could though. I just want to see the whole UI as it's supposed to look. Because I feel like if the mouse fades away too, that might look nice. What happened there? It like got rid of my full screen. Alright. So this is with the mouse. This is without all the stuff, except for this one little thing that's the day timer. Everything else is what the game's supposed to look like. I guess the mouse is on its own one, so it'll never really line up perfectly right. That looks pretty good. I like that. I still need to, I think I need to change where the score is. I also think the score needs to be below the, or yeah, it needs to be below the mouse because I put it above the mouse. The mouse is what's drawing the score, right? All I need to do to fix that is put this below that. There we go. So now this will be on top of that. Yeah, probably need to move the score, but I need to draw the rest of the UI before I know where the score goes anyway, so I'm not going to worry about that yet. I will make a note of it so I remember it later though. Reposition score. Okay, now we just need to get all that stuff to actually update. Somebody replied to my Discord message, but they asked something that I literally said in the message. It's like, can't you just change the alpha? It's like, that's not what I asked. I asked what the other two's default is. I know what the alpha does. I need to know what the default separation and width is. Now somebody linked me to the keyword help, which again doesn't show what the default values are. I think I figured it out for myself. Better than the help I'm getting on Discord. Like, oh yeah, just read this. Wait, it doesn't say anything about what I just asked. Okay, what am I doing next? I need to like figure out how to change all these numbers now. That's the more difficult part. So, how do I do that? I feel like I need to just like work this out below here until I figure it out. Okay, so for the date, that would be the first one to figure out. I need to change this number into something that makes sense. I don't actually have a global value that's tracking the day, so I think that's the first thing I need to do is set up a global for that. Actually, I might have set one up and I just haven't used it for anything, now that I think about it. We have this time, but time isn't really a day. So I actually don't think I have a global for this. Let me look at... I blanked out. What am I looking for? I want to look at my globals, which is load options or save options. I think load options might be the better way to start. Okay, so what do we have? Wherever the time is would be the place to look. Where is the time on here? We got keys. I don't think I actually loaded the time because I must not have never used it. Okay, yeah, I didn't save the time. So I gotta do that. That's weird. There's really no just... I think it's option time. It's not... Shoot, what was I using before? Oh god, I'm at the bottom of all the scores. Okay. You know what? We need to clean this up a bit. Let's go back to the initialize. Close everything but this. And then I want to open up my controller object and my camera object. There we go. And now, the initialize. Alright, so it's global stat time and global stat nightbox. I don't think this is a stat. This is an actual option. So that's where I got mixed up, I think. If I go to save, that's load options. Oh, maybe it's part of load game. Yeah, okay. I think it's load game. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. This is where it'll be. Yeah, stat, time, and nightbox. Okay, good. I forgot. Options is different from actual game save stuff. So I have not screwed up. I just put it in this one. Okay, so time is set to 0 by default. But yeah, I do save the time in the nightbox. I just need to add a new one here, which is the date, because I don't have a date global. How do I do this? Like, what would be easiest? It would be easy if this is a number that counts up, right? But honestly, you should never be able to go through like a whole month. So it makes me want to just do like 1 to 30. But I guess it would be nice if the month changed. If you like spent forever in the game. So maybe I should set it up to do a full, like, constantly work, even though it's probably impossible to get to those numbers. I don't know, that's an odd one. Like, I can't just set, I mean, no, because I want to add to this number, right? So I need to like convert a year. I basically need this number to be 365, right? Because there's 365 days in a year. We're just going to ignore leap years. So yeah, as long as I set it to one of these numbers, then I can figure out what date it is based on the number, which is confusing, but possible, right? But also the year can change Maybe I just make it to where the year doesn't change. I don't know, man. This is confusing. Damn, I think that's gonna make it too complicated. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this. How do I get this date number? I need to create a string based off of what this number equals, right? I'm just trying to think what's the best way to do that. Oh, there's something, a draw text color. That would be the easiest one. Didn't I try that and it didn't have an alpha on it? There's an alpha on that. That's a lot easier. I don't have to do the extended. Well, shit. I guess that is the best answer. Okay, so yeah, that is the better solution. I'm still not quite sure about if I want to use 0 or -1 though. Let me read this again. Maybe I read a different one. Oh. Okay, I see what went wrong. Last time I read the keyword for draw text extended color, but that does not have the default values on it. But if you look at draw text extended without the color part, it does show the default values. So that was the difference. Okay, so here I just need to get rid of this part. All right, let's figure this out real quick. Get rid of that. Also, I didn't have a T in this. Why didn't I have a T in any of this? Oh, it's not text, it's X'd. That's confusing. Draw text, X'd. Alright, and now I can get rid of all this part. Guess it'd be easier to just select it with the mouse. This will be better because I don't have to do this and figure out what the string is twice. Okay, that should be the fix I was looking for. And that is much easier. I don't know. I thought I checked that. Maybe I didn't. I feel like it was the first thing I would have checked though. I must have looked at the wrong one. Because I remember typing in draw text. Yeah, I looked at this one. And this one just has separation and width, but not the alpha. I didn't look at this one, that's what it was. This one does have alpha. Okay, I see where I went wrong. That was a lot of confusion for nothing. Alright, so that doesn't solve what this problem is though. How do I get this string of numbers based on what this is? Because every time a day ticks over, right, I need to say like global date plus plus or something. So I can't just use the string, I don't think. It would be better if it was a number, but then I gotta convert whatever the number is into whatever this is. Try to think what's the best way to do that. And what I could do is just, I guess because dates are weird and they work on like 30s and 28s and 31s. It's not that simple because I could just say like every time we go over 31, we set the day to go higher. But that depends on what the month is. Yeah, we set the month to go higher. And just track them all individually. I could also just cheat and set the last two numbers to actually be okay. So like here's our default date anyway. It's God, I don't even remember. It was 94, right? So I think it's 94 July, and the day that you start is July 1st. So every day that ticks up, it's just going to be this number changing. What I could do to cheat is once it gets to 31, it could just go back to 1. So you're always in July. That's an easy solution. Also, the year is on the end, right? I'm backwards. Yeah, if we're doing it an American way. 0701. So the number that I want to change is this number in the middle, and I can just have it to where if it goes over 31, it just goes back to July 1st. It'd be kind of funny. But I mean, God, you'd have to like play the game for several hours to get to. I don't even know what it is, but I could do the math real quick. I know I typed something in here. I gotta remember. So the date starts at 1. It'll never be 0. Right, so this number. We go from 0 to 864. I think that's 24 minutes, if I remember correctly. I did it to where like every minute is an hour. Okay, so that's 1,440. Is that minutes? Yes, that's minutes. Okay. And then if I divide that by, or if I, divide that by 60 again, that should give me 24 minutes. No, okay, that was seconds because there's 60 frames in a second, right? Okay. Right, so, okay. There's 24 minutes in every one of my days. Good. Okay, so what's 24 times 31? 744. So that divided by 60 would be... Okay, so you'd have to play the game for 12 hours and... Well, almost 12 and a half hours to get the date to go back to 1 again, basically. That's a lot of playing my game, but it is technically possible. I could even do like a little Easter egg, like you're stuck in July, if you actually manage to go from 31 to 1 again. Actually, are there 31 days in July? That's probably an important thing to know. How many days are in July? July is 31. Mic still works, that's good. I haven't noticed any mic problems. Hopefully that's an issue that's been resolved now. I do think I'm going to do that because it's the simplest solution. Is anytime you get to 31, it just goes back to 1. So you're just stuck in July for eternity. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna do this date, and it's just gonna be, do I do like date or day? I guess date equals 1. All right, so I gotta put this date in everywhere it's supposed to go. Basically, every time there's a time, I just do the date underneath it. Time and date. One is the default. All right, so let's copy that. Go to save to. I gotta change this to 2. So I don't think options deals with it. I didn't see it in here, right? So I think it's just saving and loading the game that actually deals with it. I just did all the load games. I haven't done the save games yet. There we go. All right, this one's gonna look different. Okay, that should be all the dates that I'll need. And I think initialize creates the date by default here. So we got a value before we reset it. So yeah, all that's good. Now we have a new global to work with. Now we just need to change this number based on what that global is. Okay, so I just need to split this string up. So this string is 07, and then the end is 94. I think it's 1994. I had that saved somewhere. But I don't think I ever exported it. So I can't quickly check that. And of course I didn't write it down. Okay, that would be part of like cutscenes. Yeah, I don't have it there, but I do have it in the project, and the project's not on this computer anymore. So I can't even check it. Okay. Well, crap. I'm just going to assume it's 94 and move forward. So I just need to cut this number out. Oh, that means the date should be, every time I did 0, it should be, or every time I did 1, it should be 01. Oh, does that work? I need to add the 0 in if it's between 1 and 9. I'm gonna try it, but I think setting it to 0, 1 is just gonna set it back to 1 anyway. Because that's just what GameMaker do. Well, I guess I could test it. But the second I load the game, it's gonna set it back, right? So let's just change it here as well. So now I know the date is probably gonna be a 01. As long as I'm using slot 1. Okay, so let's just find the controller. There we go. We'll draw the date. See if it's a 0, 1, or a 1. Shouldn't be any more errors, right? I think I fixed this. Yeah, it's a comment. It's really hard to see because it's on top of the mouse. I'm pretty sure that's just a 1. There's no 0. Okay, so I've got to convert a 1 to a 0, 1 all the way to 9, and then after 9 it'll be fine. That's annoying. That means it's not that simple. I feel like I need to just separate this out to figure out what this string is. We can put it back together later. Keep the comma, hit enter. Alright, so that's our thing that we're trying to find. So it's going to be okay, let's do parentheses here. So I know that all this is the string that we're trying to find, right? Okay. So I need to say if global stat date is less than 9, less than 10. I don't think I can even do it this way. I'm gonna have to set this string up to be like some sort of variable that I pull, and then change it to be to where it changes based on what the date is. Like I can't just do it as part of this. Okay, so let's pull this out. I think I need to do that in a step event, but I'm gonna do it here for now. Okay, so if with the I, if that is less than 10, then I don't know, date string equals 070. There. So I'm going to add this 0, otherwise I'm going to get rid of that 0. Okay, so now if I just do this date string, which I need to set the date string to be this by default. There we go. Okay, so this part of it is going to be string. Actually, do I even have to say string? I think I can just say date string. I'm pretty sure I have to set some of these to be strings for this to actually work correctly. But that might work too. So this should be whatever this string is, plus our whatever the date's number is, plus this on the end. I might have to convert these to strings, even though technically one of them is. Let's just try and play it now and see if that actually works. No. I don't know which one's wrong. I feel like this one is actually a string, so that should work. I think I just need to turn this into a string. If I'm going to add a string to another string, pretty sure you have to convert it into a string before you can add them. Try again. If that doesn't work, we'll have to change our string back into another string, even though it was already a string. I think this one will work. Yeah, it seems to work. Okay, yeah, I think that worked. So here we go. We've got a date 07/01/94. And if that date number goes up, which I need to put on like a hotkey so I can test it, it should update. And then once it gets to 10, it should cut out that 0 and just start doing it normally until it gets to 31 or whatever. At this point, it'll just keep going up. Okay. So seeing as that works, I can go ahead and collapse all this back down. Yeah, let's put a button. Key press. I don't care. Let's do O. We haven't really done O yet. Letters O. Global stat date ++. Let's see, we should be able to cycle through days. Okay, if I press, it keeps doing that. It reverts back to window mode. I don't know why that happens. Okay, here we go. So if I just press O, it should update. Yeah, okay. I just want to see it go from 9 to 10. Yeah, okay, cool. This will work all the way up to 31. And then, yeah, technically these dates aren't possible, but I'll fix that to where it goes back to 1 if you keep going up. Cool. That's all working the way it's intended. So, going back, I could set that up here. It seems like weird to do step event stuff in a draw event, but technically it works. Right? Because it worked here. Why can't I just keep going? Right, I could just do that. If this date ever, well, I say greater than or equal to, so it should never be greater than, oh wait, 32, not 31. There we go. If greater than or equal to 32, and go back to 1. It seems like maybe not the best place to do this. I should really do it whenever it updates the date, I think. But I can also just do it here. I'm gonna have to figure out how days actually change with the time now. But that should work. I'm gonna just test it. Go to 32. Also, there's no reason to equal 01 now. I need to set all those to equal 1 again. Okay, working great. 31, then back to 1. Beautiful. Okay, cool. That works. It technically doesn't matter whether it's set to 01 or 1. But I feel like I'm just going to set it to be 1 anyway. There we go. Okay, so that works for the date, and now we're permanently stuck in July of 94. Crazy time paradox stuff. Okay, what's next? That was how the date works, but I guess I need to do the time while we're doing that. What controlled my time before? I think it is this camera object, actually. No, this doesn't control time. What controls time? I don't think it's the controller, but I might have moved it to the controller. Oh yeah, at some point I moved all my key presses to the controller as well. Oh, I totally forgot about these. I can delete these. Or at least, I did this G one just so I can test the score. I'm gonna delete that. We got pause. That's for testing pause. I'll change that later. Restart, keypad 1, 3, F1, F9, F11. Okay. Yeah, I put all these on the controller. I'll get rid of this once I start messing with the date. But I do want a way to like shoot through the days real quick. Alright, this one doesn't do time. Where in the world did I control time at? It's got to be something on the world map. Wherever it is, I probably want to put it on the... Well, I guess I don't want to put it on the controller. I really thought it would be this camera. It's not. Oh, I think it's one of the light renders. It's the overworld light render. Yeah, okay. This is where I controlled time before. So I just need to set up where days change here. Okay, and it's already kind of set up. So if it's ever greater than that, we do global time equals that, global stat date plus plus. So the date will go up one. And this will only trigger once because it's getting set back to 0. And now our dates will actually go up. That was really easy to do, actually. Cool. And I guess it's fine to leave it on there. Technically, the only time time progresses is when you're on the overworld. I just need to do something to where if you pause the game, this can't happen. But I'm going to turn off everything when you pause the game anyway, so this should stop happening anyway. So I don't think I have to actually mess with this anymore. Alright, so that was one of our numbers finished. I don't know, do I just get rid of this key press date? I'm gonna keep it in there. I'm gonna remember to remove it later. But I need to test some certain like day events later. So having a button to cycle through the days is gonna be really useful. Sneeze. Alright, let me make a note of this though so I don't forget about it. Okay. I made a note. Alright, next is the time. We got a date, we need to figure out how time works. Which is here. Honestly, I do want to change this, because this is running constantly. But if I put it in the other place, it'll actually be more efficient. I feel like I need to close all these windows now. They're kind of in the way. Yeah, if I put it in here, it'll be better. Okay, so if our stat date is greater than or equal to 32, we set it back to 1. Otherwise, we go plus plus. And now this only triggers the one time when this happens. So it's not like constantly running. Oh, but this needs to be, because it's going to count up, I don't want it to actually equal 32. So if it ever... Okay, let's just say if it equals 31, then it goes to 1. Okay, that should be better. I'll keep this in here, I guess. It'll be okay. I mean, I could update the date string in this one, but I'd be like calling to another object to do that. Doesn't seem necessary. Alright, so if we want to get the time to work, I now got to convert all my stuff from before, my huge number, this one, into the time that displays here. This one I got to do some math, which is going to be aggravating for sure. But technically possible, I just got to figure out how to do it. Okay, so let's break it down. We've got global time equals up to a maximum of 86400. Technically it'll never equal 86400 because this changes before that, but I'll figure it out for that anyway. So now that I think about it, I put these extra frames in there so it remains a perfect 24 minutes. But if it doesn't actually change the number to reflect what it is, this number will never be correct. So it'll skip some numbers on the clock. So I really need to set this back to 400. And we're just gonna miss some of that time, I think. So let's count up to 400. If it's greater than 400, it equals 0. I feel like 0 is never gonna be a number, though. I don't know. We'll figure it out, but it might need to equal 1. Because technically, there shouldn't be a 0 time. I don't know. We'll do this and change it later, I guess. Alright, so I just need to like divide this number to get what I need. I forget how to make comment like brackets. I think you just throw a bracket in? No. I think actually it might be 3 of them. 3 of them in a bracket? There's a way to make like a everything be in a comment string, and I don't remember how to do it. Oh well. Just do this a couple times. That's one way to do it. Okay, so let's start off. How do we get minutes? We need to, I mean, it's what I just did before. I just gotta figure out, like, what do I divide that number by to figure out what our minutes are. So, 86400 divided by, it's not like, it's divided by 60, but divided by 60 again, right? Like, divided by 60 gives me what the seconds are. Okay, so we're at 140 seconds, but that's not a number I can use. So I'll have to further break that down. But if I divide this by 60 again, I get the 24, right? Yeah. So if I take that number and divide it by 62 times, what is... There's an easy way to do this, but how do I say if I want to divide something? There's, like, I don't have to say divide by 60, I should say divide by whatever the 60 and 60 is. This is some more complicated math. I don't feel like it's complicated math, but I can't think of how to do it. Like, if you want to say something's divided by 60 and then divided by 60 again, I can't visualize this. But I should just be able to divide by one number. But I know it's not like, it's not just adding that number together. Because technically the second 60 is worth a lot more than the first 60. I just need to figure out what is... How do we get 86400 out of 24? So yeah, what times 24 equals that? So, shouldn't I just divide that by 24? And that'll be the number? I feel like I'm making this way more complicated than it should be, but I can't think of how to do this. It's like, how do I turn 86400 into 24? It would be so much easier if I had like something to write on. I mean, I do, I can type. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is 24 times what equals 8640, right? So shouldn't I just divide by 24 to get that number? I feel like that's right. Why does that not feel right? Maybe I'm just being ridiculous right now. 3600. That feels like what 260s would be, is 3600. Because it's like, if it's multiplied. Oh, I got rid of the wrong part here. Alright, so if I divide that number by that, then I should get 24. Basic math. 24, yeah, okay. That's how we get our hours. Good. Yeah, you've been here before. Not a first time chat. I can see what your text messages have been. 8 messages. You're making an RPG. Yeah, I remember you. I'm alright. I'm trying to convert a large number into a bunch of smaller numbers so that I can get a time. So, okay, I know that. Let's write this out the other way to where that divided by 3600 equals our hours. Okay, so that's how we get hours. Now, how do we get minutes? It's going to be very similar to that. It's just divided by a different number. So I got to figure out how many minutes are in. But then, okay, minutes get weird because then you got to convert it to. Yeah, okay, maybe minutes not that simple to do. Because I gotta like convert it to a 0 to a 60. 1 to 60. Honestly, I'm dividing, but I'm figuring out like what's the percentage on here. Because I had like a perfect number here. But technically I'm just going to take like the minimum. Or I'm gonna round down, I think, to get the hour. And whatever I rounded off is what I need to actually mess with to get the minutes. Ooh, okay, I think it's gonna get complicated at this point. But I'm gonna keep writing it out like this. Because I need to do this for the seconds as well. At least we figured out one of them. Okay, I think what I need to do is like I divide by 60 to get seconds, right? But then I need to change this number into what our actual seconds are. I have no idea how to do that. Like, I think if I divide by 60, I'm going to get my seconds. Right? Yes. So that's going to be 1440 seconds, but I got to convert that to be a number between 0 and 60. All right. Okay, so what's this one in between these two that gets me minutes? Like 60 times 60 is... Yeah, 36. What I thought. So what's the middle of that? I mean, I could always just time my seconds to get minutes. It just seems easier to work that way than to work backwards. And then once I can, like once I do it one way, I should be able to convert it backwards later. Let's figure out how to do seconds. I think that's a good starting place. How do I turn 1440 seconds into what it's actually supposed to be? I have to divide that number by 60, right? So 1440 divided by 60 equals 24. That's not right. That's going to minutes. We want to say how many times does... Oh, I know what's confusing me here, because technically in my time, hours is minutes. So seconds would be minutes. And then whatever the seconds here would be, whatever like 60th of a minute is, or of a second is. Okay. That's what was confusing me. Technically I have figured out the minutes, but they're converted to hours in game time. I think seconds is actually going to be based off of, like, this is what the minutes is. Yeah, okay. So actually, yeah, this is minutes. And this is seconds. Yeah, because there's 60 frames in a second. So if we're converting everything down, every frame is a second. The seconds are going to fly by in this game then. It's going to look really crazy. Sounds fun. So actually, I think this just equals what the seconds is. I just got to convert it to be 1 through 60. So I gotta like find out what the fraction is here, and then just put the fraction is the part that we're displaying. That's what's complicated. I can't just use the full number. What is the fraction I'm looking for? I mean, technically it's 0 every time I do one of these, right? And this is how many seconds are in a full day. So I just need to know how many seconds are in an actual day, and I think that's how I would convert it. Um, 24 hours times 60. That's that many minutes. Oh, maybe that is how many seconds are in a day. Right? Yeah, it should be how many seconds are actually in a day. That's one of the benefits of using a 24-hour schedule, right? Just gonna look it up real quick, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, that's how many seconds are in a day. Okay, how the hell do I convert that? Every time it goes over 60, it needs to... Shoot, how do I convert that? I can't just, like, divide by... I don't know, let me just... If I did this number divided by 3600, we get 24. But then that's, okay, so technically that's 24.00. So our seconds would be 00. Let's say if it was, I don't know, 86, if it was just 8600 divided by 36. Okay, so now we got a decimal to work with here. And then I just times that decimal. I gotta convert, like, this decimal is what it is on, like, out of 100. I need to make it out of 60. How do I grab the decimal? Because the decimal is all I care about. It's probably an easy way to do this through math, and I'm not thinking about it. Well, either way, I think it would be better to divide by just 60 to get what it is in minutes, and then convert those minutes to seconds instead of trying to convert hours to seconds. So like 8600 divided by 1440. Okay, so technically it's been I don't know. I don't think I'm doing this right. I might be able to just Google this problem. I'm sure somebody has figured this out. How do you convert seconds to yeah, okay, let's try this. Convert, what was it? It's 86400 seconds to I can't even think of how to explain this. How do you convert that number into seconds? No, it's already 4:30. I should probably stop here because this one's blowing my head up. I feel like it's not as hard as I'm making it, but I can't think of what the solution is. It's going to be something like you got to get it converted to a number that you can take the decimal off of, that you can multiply. Basically, I know that that number is 1 in 100, right? But I need to convert it to like 1 in 60, and that will be what my second is. And then, yeah, I gotta cut the whole number off of it, and I just need to work on the fraction part of it to figure out what my second value is. Oh, doing math with time is actually pretty complicated.
Too, and right now it ain't just metal I'm attracted to. Oh hi, how you do? I don't mean to intrude, but I just ain't full dudes, and I'm still looking to booze. I'm half human, half dragon.
Okay, I think I found the number I need, but it's one of these weird ones. 2.8 e minus 0.4 hours is how many 1 second is 2.8 E minus 0.4 hours. Let's just go in hours. I won't. Technically, that's what I would use. So if I divide 864 by that number, can I even use a number like that? What is that? I haven't done large fractions in forever. I can't use this. I can't say E minus 0.4. I gotta remember what that is. That's like, I know it's a certain amount of spaces behind the decimal to 4. Okay, that is this. Okay, that equals this. Okay, so that's, man, I have no idea how to read this, obviously. 2.8. So it's saying you gotta put 4 decimal places before the 2. So that's what I did, right? This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how you read this. God, I don't remember that at all. I thought it went the other way. Either way. Okay, so E minus 0.4 means you need to go to the left with your decimal 4 places. And if it was like 14, you go to the left 14 places. I get why it's a thing, I just don't remember how to read it. I haven't messed with that in forever. Alright, so this is the number I was looking for. So if I times this by that, I should get what it is in seconds. So 8640. Not necessarily, because of the fractions, I ended up being over 24. I think it's some sort of like continuous number, and that's why this isn't going to ever work. Because I can't just use a flat number. I need to figure out what this continuous number is, which I kind of did before. Oh wait, that's supposed to be into hours anyway. Maybe that's why. God, I don't remember what I just did. It's I did 864 divided by or times. Okay, let's do 1440 times 0.00028. That's not it. Oh, my brain. Conversion. Somebody has figured this out somewhere. I want to just steal their work. feel like I am making this harder than it needs to be. I need to convert that number. It's because I'm trying to do the max number. I don't know. What if it was just, what if that number equaled 100? How do I convert 100 into whatever the seconds are? Technically, I know what this is because this would be like 100 seconds, which is 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? Is that right? That's not right. 60, 40, 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's what I want to get, is I want to turn 100 into 40, which sounds very difficult. But wouldn't it be 100 divided by 60? Equals 1.666, continuing, of course. So if I do that number, that is the 40, right, that I want? I just need to convert that to 100. So if I do that number times 100, or I don't know if it's times 100. If I do times 100, do I get 40? No. Okay, I'm on to something here. So we want 100 divided by 60, right? So our number is going to be divided by 60, whatever it is, and that'll get us what we want. Now we just need to figure out how to turn this into a 40. I think that makes things simpler. But it's the fraction that I want. I need to cut off the 1. Right, because anything I do here, it's going to equal 100 again. I want to say, how do I cut the fraction off of something and then times that by 100? Because I think that's what will get me. If I did like 0.6 continuous, it should equal 40 if it's times 100. Right, 0.6666666 times 100. No. What is, it's, I want to say 100 divided by, I want to say 60 divided by that number equals 40. Wait. No? How do I get that 0.6 into 40? Actually, it doesn't even equal. Yeah, it does. It's 40 out of 60. 40 out of 60 is definitely 0.666. But, how do I convert 0.666 into 40? It's like times 60. I think I'm doing it wrong. Times 60. That's what I want to do. So I want to times the number that I get. Okay, so 100 divided by 60 gives a number. In this case, it's 1.666, repeating, of course. And then I take the fraction of that, 0.66 times 60 again, gives me what I actually want in seconds, which would be 40. It'll be 39 something, but if I round up, it'll be 40. So I wonder if there's an easy way to, like, how do I cut off the 1? Because no matter what this is, I want it to be reduced to whatever it is. I just want to know what the fraction is to get the second. Like, I don't care about whatever's in front of here, regardless of what the number is. I just want to know what the fraction is. There's a way to do this. I don't remember. My memory on math is not helping now. Because I feel like the whole divide by 60 times 60 is unnecessary. I need to, actually, I should just be dividing this by, I guess that's not true. I kind of need to do that to get what the percentage is so that I can cut this part off. I don't know, I'm gonna have to look this up later. I feel like I'm close. Like, no matter what my number is, if it was like, I don't know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? And I divided that by 60, I would get 90.35. Let's do this. Right? And then if I took the 0.35 off of this and times it by 60, I would get the number that I'm looking for in seconds, basically, as long as I round it up. So, yeah, clear this. 0.35 times 60 equals 21. So this is easy. It's just a perfect 21 seconds. Right? So I figured out how to get to seconds from there. I just got to figure out how to do it. How do I tell GameMaker Studio to exclude the whole number here without knowing what the whole number could be? It could be any number between like 0 and, I don't even know, 1400 something, right? Yeah, it can be anything from 0 to that. And all I really care about is what's on the back end of it. I don't know. That's a hard one because I know like rounding and stuff, but I don't know how to like take a whole number off of something. Well, let's Google that. Well, maybe it's the other way around. I want to take a decimal off of a whole number. Yeah, there's so many ways to round up to a whole number, but how do you round down to a decimal? Right? I just want the decimal. Okay, this isn't helping. It's like, what you need to know is if it's above 5, you round up. Which is not what I'm looking for. I know I'm not using the right terminology, which doesn't help. There might not even be a way to cut off the number is the sad thing. And I can't just take this number and times it by 60 because we'll just get what we had before. I need to cut off the 90 somehow. I need to cut off the 1. I need to cut off whatever it happens to be. like the other one is, let's just do the max one. Divided by 60 would be 24? Actually, that's not even right, is it? That is right. Why did we get a 90 here? Couldn't that be... Oh, no, that's not 24. That's 1440, right? Oh, God, now I gotta do the math. Yeah, that's 1440. Honestly, that 90 looks awfully small for such a big number. I wonder what happened there. Did I just type it in wrong? I gotta check my numbers. Okay, yeah, that definitely equals 1440. What did I do here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 divided by 60. 905. Oh, I forgot the 5. Yeah, I knew that should be bigger. Okay, so technically, this has just got a 0.0 here. So we want the 0.00. I know this is redundant, but times 60 would equal 0 is what our seconds are here. Yeah, I have no idea how to do this. Like, I can understand what I'm trying to do now, but I have no idea how to tell GameMaker Studio, like, ignore the whole number and just look at the decimal number. And I feel like there is a way to do that, and I just can't remember how. Not even just like GameMaker Studio. There's a way in math to figure out, to like convert something down to its decimal. You know, a way I could fix this is I just set up, instead of using like a time that goes to that number, I could just make my time work based off of normal time, and that would fix all of this and make just globals for everything. Right, so we can just do seconds equals 0 or 1. If I did it this way, that would cut out the middleman. Okay, so technically an hour can be 0, right? A minute can be 0. A second, I don't know if a second can be 0. I guess a second can be 0. And then I'm still using global time, because global time has to count up. Global time is basically milliseconds. Right, so every time global time counts to 60, I'll set seconds to go up 1. Every time seconds is at 60, I'll set minutes to go up 1. So on and so forth until we get to hours. Okay, that's one way I could do it, and it would solve me trying to figure out what this conversion math is, which is really annoying. But I feel like this would be so much easier. I won't have to figure it out. I can just let it figure it out for me as it counts up. And then I just use these numbers. I think I'm going to end up doing that because I'm going to sleep on it. And if I just happen to think of what this is supposed to be, I'm like have an aha moment, then I will do that. But I honestly, I'm sure there's a fancy way to convert 86, yeah, or a number between 0 and this number to a seconds. But I can't think of how to do it for the life of me. So I think I'm going to stop here. If I can't recall how to do this, then I am going to just do the other way, because it sounds a lot easier. Alright, I'm tired. I'm done. Later.